Welcome in. Hi. Happy Sunday and happy Pride Month. Finally, it's June. Finally, this Fortnite Star Wars will be over this weekend. I'm so done with it. I'm ready to play Fortnite again, even though I can't play it on stream. But yeah, I'm back after almost being gone almost a week. Not quite an entire week, but still. Those who don't know, one of my cats had to go into the vet emergency. It's been 84 years. Yes, it has. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Also, thank you, Alaska, for subscribing for 3 months in advance. So, yeah, thank you. I thought that the numbers you gave me when you sent me 1, 2, or 3, I thought it was 12 or 3. This is what I'm assuming anyway. I'm assuming if I picked 1 or 2, you would have subscribed for 1 month or 2 months. I'll just pick 3 because 3 is my third favorite number. But yeah, thank you so much for the subs. For the subby. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. But anyway, we're playing Hades today. It is Sunday, so it is Hades Day. Sorry. Daisy! Hi, it's good to see you. Oh, but yeah, anyways, I was saying one of my cats we had to take into the vet emergency on Thursday morning. We had to schedule an emergency appointment Wednesday night, take them in Thursday morning because they had rapidly lost weight and were showing other health issues. She is almost 13 years old, so we were extremely worried. We were very, very worried that it was her kidneys. We got our blood tests back very late on Friday. It took that long, and there was nothing. Everything looked perfect. And so we're just going on the assumption that she's having trouble absorbing nutrients because she's old. But her kidneys were fine. Her liver was fine. She still has her lung issues. That's the same cat that's been having lung issues. Oops. Bumping the mic. But yeah. And then after her vet appointment, she had blood in her urine, which scared the absolute shit out of me. But apparently that's normal after taking a urine sample, so. It's just all been stress. I mean, that's that on top of a bajillion other things that was going on last week that, ugh. I hope June is better, because May was fucking god-awful. Thanks for the hug, Desi. I appreciate it. Let me get the game pulled up. My brain. Can my brain work? Game. There we go. Also, we had 2 firsts. Congrats to both Alaska and Ocean on first, because the stream did have a false start. Because I had to restart OBS as soon as I started stream the first time because it was being a little bitch. Big hugs, friend. I'm so sorry you're dealing with so much keys. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a lot. Thanks for second. Congrats on second, Desi. Oh, Lulu is emerging. Hi, Lulu. I really wish you wouldn't go under the bed, Louise.
Learning Wonderful to see you once again.
Oh, oh, right. I left myself in a very annoying spot. I feel like it's a little quiet. I don't know. Oh, I have the spear. Okay. I remember how to play this game. And something that causes shorter dash. Do I have a chaos curse? Yeah. Game is quiet. Okay. I wonder why it's quiet. Because I feel like Vamp Masquerade and this are kind of similar sound-wise. Okay, that seems a little loud. Let me just put it right there. Ah. Should be fine, surely. Ow. Stop that.
All shall soon decay.
Nope, none of the babies. God, fucking. No! You shitski. Okay. Oh my god, the dash being this short, I need to figure out what's causing that, because oh my god, this is awful. I really did just leave myself in the middle of this. Come on, Lenny, just go bye-bye. Just go bye-bye. That's not going bye-bye. Alright.
That's all the heads.
Thank you. Ooh, food. Thank you. Okay. Dash has minus... Cast deals 57% damage. Meh. So this was one encounter, so we have two more with it, I guess? Just trying to figure out what all I have. It's not great. this build so far. It's not great. Full health, though, that's good. I wonder if I can use this little guy on Asterius and Theseus. Need that. Take that.
Just what I need.
Here we go.
Get me out of here.
Yeesh.
Right there.
A
That's a
charp.
cuff, all right.
Oh, it's pronounced carp. Okay. I think it's charp, though. Upgrade. What are my beautiful spear that I...
All right, who's next?
Somehow this is my worst weapon. Well, bow probably is still worst, but... Hey buddy, how about you don't? I thought you were dead. You were not. I don't know. I shouldn't have. I should have waited. Yep, because I'm definitely gonna get hurt. Oh, fucking butterflies. Go away. Whoops, I didn't mean to throw my spear at that juncture. There we go. Hey, I didn't get
That's
hurt.
everyone.
A miracle. Your special hits up to 7 foes dealing... Eh? Oh. My brain was thinking that
Extra
this was
pointy.
my special. That's not my special. Choose 50 different Daedalus hammer enchantments. Achievement complete. Ah, okay. I can't even get it in it. It's okay. I'm good with that. I don't want in it. Why do I have 190? That's a really fucking weird number. I'm confused. All of these give 25. I don't know how I ended up with that number. Let's get a palm. Let's upgrade one of our abilities. Probably the call. God, I mercy. You are the worst. I hate you. No, no, stay right there. Thank you. What are you doing? Thank you. Oh god. Ah. Stay right there. Thank you. Oh,
The power of the gods.
God damn it, let me upgrade my fucking call. Rude. Let's keep going up in the
Powered up.
special. I have like cat hair on the top of my whip. Getting stuck in my chapstick. Eh. Nah. Ooh. My cup is in front of my computer. Okay. I mean, yeah, abandon if it's
take what's
terrible.
Trespasser!
Wait, wait. Hello? How about we don't do that? Oh my god. I still have the short dash. No, ow! Son of a bitch. Ow. You little bitch. How much did I get?
You waste my time.
Not bad.
Mine.
Oh my god, grab it. I will never make that mistake again of leaving that there. Wow, I took more damage than I thought I did. Wasn't
Should
that
come in
just
useful.
perfect? Hey, buddy boys. Could we not? Wait, does it? Okay, it doesn't just come back to me. I thought it did. I thought it was acting like this shield. I don't really got anything to protect my dudes.
My boon from chaos is transformed.
Thank God. Get rid of that garbage. I guess I'm looking for Poseidon. But the thing I need from Poseidon is Poseidon's Call. Hey, hi, Sirius.
You are more skilled than I expected, short
Got my
one.
face over there?
A rematch is most certainly in order.
A sneeze. Hold. Jesus Christ. Okay.
You're going to force a rematch each time I manage to defeat you, aren't you?
Yep.
We and our victories are all impermanent here in Elysium. We live, such as it is, for moments such as these.
Moments of getting your ass kicked?
Beware.
You're starting off with, yeah, that's my face. Look at my face, Asterius. They love me. Get away. Hey, rude. Nope. How about you don't? Oh, I had my spear. God, I can't ever tell when I do have it in my hand. Could we not? I don't have the extra dodge. Be kind. Okay. We decided no, we're not being kind. Nope. Don't do it.
Demeter, beware of winter's cold.
Useless.
Ah! No! God, I should have waited. Ow! Fuck. Damn it. Woo! Come it! Behave! Ah, he's doing it again. Okay. Okay. Thank you for turning around, Reesh. Yeah, just keep doing it in weird directions, bud. Ash!
Stop.
Nah, hit twice. Not bad.
Cheers for the fight.
I could give you one. How many are you at? Sure. Here's a gift, Uncle.
Mighty Poseidon, greatest of my uncles, arguably. Please accept this gift.
Better than Zeus. Not by far. Pretty equally shitty.
For all the times I'm offered gifts or sacrifices, little nephew, I still always very much appreciate it. I mean, look, I'm grinning ear to ear.
Your face is always like that.
Olympus, I accept this message.
A wimpy. Well, I need a dash, I guess. I don't think we're gonna fulfill any prophecies on this run. Hello? Oh, I didn't check for a fucking pot. I should have. That shit. That attack will always be my downfall. Because I don't... Ow, fuck. Don't you fucking dare. Yes, get hit by that thing. Thank you. Idiot. Idiota. Ah. Yes, good boy. Oh my god, you're so fast. Ay, ay, ay. Fucking Christ. Don't you do it. That one's gonna... Wait. Oh, never mind. I thought there was one of these things out. Apparently not. Stay right there. Good shot.
One's rearming.
Never mind. You're taking too long. Well, shit. That was a lot of health lost.
Good enough to eat.
Yeah, let's depend on our critical of this attack.
It's him.
Really? Oh, wait. Oh,
I
no,
have
it's you.
returned.
Yes, please.
Don't have much time, but let me see if I can pitch in.
You make the same sound as when my dad is like, don't let them...
Together, we bring death.
Apparently. Together, he said. Nope, these are mine. These are mine. They cannot be. Nope, these are mine. Mine. Nope, you son of a bitch. Bullshit.
It's over.
The fight. If they have armor, there's no chance of me winning. Mine. Son of a bitch. Ay, 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 ay. Ow. I'm not trying to dodge at this point. I'm just trying to win.
Rest in peace. Any last words?
Mine. That's my last word. I win
This won't go on the record.
by one. Guess it will go in the record of I won.
You got a lot
Again.
of them. You never saw me.
Why can't you just talk to me? How many? Yeah, let's get some of these. Nope, no shooting. Quit it. Nope. Stop it right now. No. Ow. Why is it all arrow boys? Stop it. No. You thought. Oh, and there's more. Of course. 'Cause there will never be an end. Ow. Mm-mm. I shouldn't have done that there. I forgot which one I had. Move in, please. Move in, please. I'm ouched.
Claiming these.
Can I have a sandwich? Sandwich, please. I would like a sandwich. Sandwich. Did I already loot a sandwich in here? That's very sad if so. Damn it.
You
Hi,
can't stop
armored
me.
boy. Come here. You son of a bitch. Supper. Ah. You got your armor removed because you stood in front of the arrow thing. Because you're stupid. Ay, ay, ay. Stop it. Why is there more? Oh, I don't like this. Ow. Fuck. I hate Elysium. I hate it. It sucks.
No comfort from the bitter cold.
Jesus
What did I tell you?
Christ. Oop. Sandwich? Sandwich. Some nummy nums. Did I pick up a sandwich already again? Where are my sandwiches? Disgusting. Give me my sandwiches. Yeah, right. Sandwich. Okay, this is gonna be the one right before boss. I don't like the low health I'm starting with. Sandwich! Thank you. Could you give me more sandwich? I'd like more. Of course not. This is utter bullshit. Oh, wait. Thank you. Finally, you have something I need. Alright, I wonder how well this'll go.
Come forth, blackguard, and be vanquished by my righteous spear.
Hold the fuck up, Theseus. I just spilt water all down my front. Jesus Christ. 1 second. Whoops. Nobody questioned. Well, The shirt's dark enough that it doesn't even show. There's water all over my front. Somehow, even with a cup with a lid, I still manage to cover myself in water and spill it all over me. It's gotta be some sort of talent. Oh my god, my chair. Stop it. It randomly decides to go out of sitting up mode and into laying down mode. Alright. Oh, that was short. You thought, bitch. Ah, I missed.
Prepare.
Ow. That was my bad. That was my fuck up.
Oh, blackguard. How your spirit must
It's also
be
my
quivering
fuck up.
inside.
Nothing like battling before an audience.
I ran out of my dodges. This fucking Hermes couldn't give me a dodge. Instead gives me other garbage.
Now, fiend.
Ah, shit, Christ.
You're strong.
Oh,
Demeter.
They shall have nothing.
I'm playing this very fucking messy. Ow, what the fuck was that? Oh, Asterius can throw him, I forgot. I usually never have them anywhere near each other. Don't do it. Ah, you son of a bitch.
Than to send my spear straight into you and back, demon.
Here.
I'm gonna fucking lose it. I hate this fight. I hate this fight.
Are you enjoying yourselves in the stands?
We're not finished.
Stand and fight.
I shall take everything
Are you
away.
prepared?
Blast.
How could you?
You and me.
I am going to lose it with the fucking bullshit breaches that spear can get to. Oh my fucking god. God, I'm already getting tilted.
You're mine.
Bad sign. Hey, ho. Get your ass over here.
The fiend has fangs.
Damn it.
I cannot believe
Prepare to die.
I hate you. With every ounce of my fucking soul.
Olympus, I invoke your aid.
Son of a bitch.
Demeter.
Beware of winter's cold.
not ready to admit defeat as yet. Blast you! Prepare yourself.
You are a bitchless, toaster ovenless hoe.
You monster!
Oy, oy, oy. I can't
one
believe I
champion
lost
unseated.
2 death defiances in that.
So, you thwarted the champion of Elysium.
Oh, I should have done that, shouldn't I? Totally forgot about it.
All set.
Totally forgot about that thing. Can I please? Can I have a kiss of sticks? Please? I beg of you? Why couldn't we put... What's his name? Dude who gives you refills, who has,
The
you know,
underworld's
the
entryway.
superior kiss of sticks. What was his name? My brain is only saying Heracles. Toaster ovenless? Yes. Yes, Ian. It's a meme.
Gah.
Okay, that at least interrupts them. Okay, I'm gonna need a case of sticks, please. Oh my god.
Bye.
Just keep dodging and hitting. They can't hurt you. Don't, oh my fucking
Do
Christ!
say you there?
I got here right away.
Thank you.
I'll get right on it, Prince.
Do something. Ow. Is it doing anything?
Not me, Prince.
I didn't hit you. Okay. I'm not trying to hit you, that's just my spear doing its thing, sorry.
Hope I can help.
Okay, goodbye.
That wasn't long enough. It's a fucking Christ. Stop it. I hate you. I hate you so much.
The place is crawling with these.
It never ends. It never ends. Ah, no.
Demeter!
All shall soon decay.
Jesus Christ. Just keep hitting. Just keep hitting. This has got to be the worst room, though, right? Surely. There's only one room that I can think of that might be worse, depending on what spawns in it. Fish? Oh. No fucking fish.
If I were a satyr-sack, where would I be?
Good question.
This one, I guess.
Hey. The extra hits with the spear is very nice. Very much reminiscent of my beautiful, wonderful spear. Or shield. Not my yeah. You know what I mean. Oh my god. No. Don't even think about it. Can I get a shop thingy, please? Just want a shop thingy.
Found it fast this time.
Yeah. God damn.
Delicious.
Extra blessing. Acquired taste.
I am debating on if I should go for another one. Ooh, fishy.
I got one. That is a scuffer.
It wasn't a perfect catch. I feel like if I try this, I'm going to regret it. But I need another kiss of sticks. Maybe we can do it with 2. 788. Okay, we can get you.
I'll take this one.
I guess you.
Gods grant me strength.
Why can't you let me fucking upgrade my call, please? 44. Okay.
Thank you, mate.
Why will you not let me up my... Because it's epic? Is that why you're not choosing it? Well, that's epic though. That's rude. That is a big increase in damage. Yeah. Alright, bye, Charon. I'm gonna try this with 2 and hope for the best.
The Guardian of Hell itself decides the time has come for a short break and snack.
Thank you, boy.
All right, this is it.
Why? Why do you keep showing up? In spite of knowing that the outcome shall be just the same as how it always was.
Beats having to toil away under your overbearing supervision. And besides, as you may be aware, I've recently made up my mind to leave this place.
Yeah, utterly incorrigible. When next we meet here, then we'll keep it brief. I've grown weary of our aimless conversations. Now prepare.
I'm also weary of it, I'm gonna be honest. Oh. God, I don't have the extra dodge. That is going to mess me up.
Here.
Like there.
Darkness.
Please stop. Spinny. I only have 2 dodges. It's not great. That? Don't do that. Don't do that. Ah, that one, I got it down. Are you kidding? Bullshit. Could you? I need to stop focusing on the skulls again. Always my fucking downfall.
Demeter! All shall soon decay!
Darkness.
You little bitch. Coward. Oh, I should have saved it for that.
Darkness.
Son of a bitch.
Darkness. Darkness. Darkness.
Oh. God fucking damn it.
Darkness.
Demeter! Beware of winter's
You need to
cold!
nip us out of this.
Of course. Oh. Damn it! If I had a third dodge.
Darkness.
Face me, damn it.
He won't. He's a fucking coward. If I had a third fucking dodge. Oh my god.
Darkness. Darkness.
I shall take
You
everything
son
away!
of a fuck.
Darkness.
Get over here.
Got you.
You truly dare?
Yep.
This is for your own good.
Really? Already doing that? Are you doing it again? What are you doing? Oh, you're doing that. Oh, I think I still got hit. Ah, god damn it. Could you not do that, please? And thank you. Fuck you.
Demeter, a wasteland.
Yeah, stand right there while this hits you. Idiot. So many. Oh! Didn't know you were doing that. Couldn't hear you or see you. Must you? Must you?
Enough of you.
Oh my god. Son of a bitch.
Oh, this is it.
Idiot.
You're an idiot. Fuck you. No. Would you stop it with the skulls? Like, it's enough.
Have it out then, boy.
Uh-oh. Oh, I can't believe I got past that. Like, it's plenty. Just chill.
Boy.
Really? You gotta?
Let's see you run from this.
I could have at least, you know, destroyed more of them. Oh my god. That was scary. Ow, fuck. No! I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Oh my god. I don't know how I am worst with the spear. I just am.
Got me again, damn
The
it.
spear is my worst weapon.
Ah, I'm up. Hey, wow, you did it. According to my list here, it says you've died, what, 50 times at least? That's more than anybody's died around here, I think.
Great. We made it to 50, everybody.
I'm sure you can catch up.
I'm so happy.
Enjoying staring at that ball I got you, boy? No fun if it doesn't fight back, huh?
Ads are gonna start in
The
3 minutes.
hell-forged, multi-headed monster feels no urgency to waste his precious time on simple playthings. much preferring to conserve his vast energy reserves in case any trespassers need to be eaten suddenly.
Well, it's there if you change your mind. It is my humble duty to oblige my favorite boy with all the treats as I am able to procure.
This boy.
Knowing the watchdog's never-ending appetite for treats, the prince obliges him.
And pet.
Achilles, I've been meaning to ask you about the odd skeleton usually standing around in the courtyard. Old acquaintance of yours? A hireling, perhaps?
That one Skelly, was it? We only met when all this business of escape began. If I have a connection to him, I'm unaware. Does he claim to know me? Perhaps I slew him when we were alive.
I don't know that that's it. So neither of us has any idea where he's from or how he got there, huh? Can you think of any leads? Nyx doesn't seem to know him either.
Well, this is
Perhaps the gods of Olympus sent him to your aid? Their methods can be
getting
odd,
more and more
and there are many who
suspicious.
support you. Regardless, he does not appear to be your father's spy, if that is your concern.
Not a concern, just a morbid curiosity.
I'm concerned.
You seem quite agitated as of late, my friend. Is anything amiss with you, perhaps?
I am agitated, you're correct, Orpheus.
No, I'm all right, Orpheus. Just a lot on my mind is all. Sorting out what's next. Stuff I need to work through on my own.
Oh, well, I truly understand. I was reluctant to discuss my long-lost muse, really for quite some time. Well, if you do require some emotional support, know that I likely shall be standing over here.
You're sitting. I don't
Appreciate it,
mean
mate.
to be literal, but you're not standing. Are you? Wait a second. I always thought he was sitting in his chair. Wait, is he standing? I don't know, you look short as shit then, man. I don't know. Technically he's the same height as me. I don't know. Maybe my eyes need some
Too
help.
pricey for me.
That is too pricey, yes. Then that begs the question, why is there a chair there if he's always standing? I want to board these. Yeah. Hi. What's going on?
They can't be reasoned with, Nyx. You know that. What use are they to us trying to manage this? They'll make things
Her
worse.
sisters, I'm assuming?
They are your sisters.
Yep.
They are part of your life, whether you like it or not. Your relationship with them is yours to mold.
My brain did not think of mold as... I thought of it as the noun. Like, she's like, you are to them as you are to mold. And I'm like, what? My brain's not
I'm
working.
afraid there isn't much for me to work with. You have a lot more faith in them than I do.
Hey,
I have a lot more faith
the symphony
in
is
you,
making
Megara.
progress.
There are many obstinate personalities with
Electro,
whom
on
we
the other
regularly
hand.
interact. Thus, we do what is possible.
I understand.
Please make yourselves at home.
Who has what it takes? He just yawn. This is the first... Wait, why does he get up on the board? He keeps letting me through.
Cerberus, featured house servant.
As he should be. As he should always
Let's
be.
see here.
Anything good? Fuck no. God, this is garbage.
What's cooking?
I got a lot of fish that round.
All right then.
Damn. Oh.
The prophecy has been fulfilled.
Yay! I did fulfill one. Reward. 30 keys.
I think Master Chaos just likes messing with me.
Yay. 30 fucking keys. That I do not need. Well, I can afford that. That's at max. Maybe we should put that back to epic. Its likelihood of getting a legendary for a run through is not exactly high. I would say that I would be aiming for that more for achievements. No.
Other side.
Keep that. Okay, let's have a look at all of them. Striking undamaged foes. Well, especially with the spear, keep that. Store a small amount of your health. Welcome back from ads. When you exit a chamber. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I had that on for a while. I prefer this. Store 50% instead of dying. Store 30% of... One time per chamber. Yeah, no thanks. I'll take my Death Defiance. I like that one. I like my extras of those. Yeah. I like that one. I might upgrade this one. Bonus damage for each one. So having differing Olympians for that. No, I'll keep it with this. Wait. Actually, I might switch that over. I'm also tempted to try this out. Randomly alter boon. Okay, that's maxed. And that's maxed. Two things maxed. We'll give this a try. Not exactly sure what it means, but you know.
That many tries so far?
It's painful. Painful.
Back, huh?
Yeah, I'm fucking back. Shut up. What's your deal? I don't even know. There's more damage, maybe. Or do more damage when I'm at low health. Yeah, let's upgrade Nyx's. Your ram is here. Nice. Yay. Finally.
What infernal forge created you?
I'm gonna
Power
upgrade
beyond
this
time.
again. Because this is gonna be the one I use.
My blade.
The rest of them get the what unlocked this? I don't. Is it the number of bows slain? 2,000?
You be careful with that one, boyo.
Surely this would have it. Yeah, I have way more. I don't fucking know. Let me read just... Finally, after 2-day delay. Yes. Finally. Let's go again.
Ready. Just what I wanted.
Fishing!
Motherhood's a curse, young Zagreus. Be thankful you're immune.
Don't know how you do
You
it.
sprang from Nyx herself.
Losing
or
my
so I
sanity
hear.
slowly.
I sprang from Thea, whoever she was. And I once bore a child too. Long gone. Her mother's work. Isn't it such a waste?
Well, aren't you depressing? Yeah, I'm going with this.
Ice cold.
Oh, sorry. Now I can fish.
I know you're out there, fish. Mine. Another
I was
hellfish.
very slow. Ah, the key. Exactly what I need. I'm not wasting a faded thing on that, though. Not this or... Excuse me? Could you hit the enemy? Cute. Okay, we got money. Aries, you say? Hello? There you are. How many gifts have I given you? 2? I have a 3rd. You're honestly my favorite. However-wise.
Lord Ares, please accept this token of my deep appreciation
Him
for
and
your
Athena.
generous support.
Well,
An
just
offering
Athena's dodge,
for me.
really. Most of his stuff I like.
How gracious that you keep me in your thoughts. Know that likewise I keep you in mine.
Why are you flirting? What the fuck?
Ah, my closest kin in all the underworld. I see you there, I think. What sort of violence shall we sow together this time, you and I?
Why does it have to be normal? Why can't you give me an upgraded one? I'm taking it because I like this. I like this Call to Aid quite a bit.
Don't come back.
Really? Could you? Thank you. Nope. We tried that once. I did not like it. The damage to armor might be really good later on. For Hades fight, for those little enemies that show up, but honestly, I think I'm gonna go.
Daedalus, wherever you may be right now, thank you.
Increase life first. Don't do that.
Much better.
I'm just gonna keep increasing life. Rip right through these guys. It's unfortunate for you all.
Crushed.
Rich. Yeah, I don't need any of that. Aphrodite, huh? I'm not getting crush shot even though I think I still need the thing. I'm not getting crush shot this run through. I am determined to actually make it through with this fucking spear. Ow! Fuck you. I was doing so well. Not taking any goddamn damage.
Had enough?
How many have I given her? 2. How many do I have? I'll keep it for now. Probably get
Why
more.
did sorrowful old Demeter get all the way to you before I did? She stubbornly refuses me when I offer to help. Unlike you, little godling.
What is your offer to help her? I would love to know. Yeah, sure.
Over here.
Yeah. Well, that was easy. are.
Come, son of Hades.
Has he ever said that before? Does he usually talk? Is there new stuff?
Where to?
Okay.
I can take it.
I can take it. Why were you so insistent for me to get over here? How many gifts have I given you? Yeah, let's give him another.
I'm ever grateful that my journeys through the underworld mean that we can get to know each other, Master Chaos.
Your repeated generosity with me is starting to become a bit predictable. And yet somehow I nonetheless appreciate it still. How very odd.
Yeah.
I sense that something is the matter, son of Hades. Speak then. What is on your mind? I can decipher some of it without your telling, but would rather hear it from you voluntarily.
Master Chaos, the goddess Nyx, she seems to want to speak with you again. I wonder, would you maybe contact her sometime? She seems convinced it is your move to make if you so choose.
The goddess Nyx wishes to hear from me. Now that is unexpected, son of Hades, and I wonder if perhaps this is a jest of yours. Though your intentions evidently are sincere, then I shall make no promises in this, except that I am considering the possibility.
Good, yay. Can't collect that, that's fine. Yep.
How circumspect of you.
Circumspect? Yeah. Sisyphus.
Well, if it isn't you.
Hello, sir.
How are you?
What you like?
How many do you have? You have a lot. I'm gonna save this.
Sisyphus, you mind my asking what you did to warrant this particular arrangement you've got here? Pushing a boulder till the end of time and all? Never heard it in your own words.
I also have no clue because I don't remember. It's been too long.
It's a bit of a long story, Prince. My time had come, though I just wasn't ready, you might say. Your father thought he had me in his clutches, but then, shoom, I gave him the slip. Your father's henchman, Thanatos, he'll back me up on that.
Outsmarted Thanatos, that's amazing. What happened then?
Turns out your father doesn't like us mortals cheating death. Eventually they found me, so now I'm stuck here with my boulder friend. I push old Baldy up the hill to the beat of the Fury's whips, then he tumbles down, and then we go again.
So then you're stuck forever. No reprieve. That's terrible. Wish there was something I could do to help.
You save those sympathies for someone else, Your Highness. I could be Prometheus, spending an eternity having my liver gobbled up. But instead, I get to stay in shape and have these chats with you. Now, I'd better get back to it.
You don't seem to have made any progress since I started talking to you. I'm gonna go ahead and take the healing.
A fine selection there.
A pleasure.
Just because good old Chaos took a good hunk. I'm gonna save my money. You can sit there breathing like an idiot. Hi. Exactly. Please not Electo. Honestly, Electo's my worst now.
Sure enough.
My baby! She's getting it. She's getting it.
Do you remember me, Tisiphone? My name is Zagreus, Prince of the Underworld. Pretty close with Megara, I guess. Try saying Zagreus again for me.
Pretty close.
Almost.
Oh, we're starting with that, are we? Okay. Ow. Okay, how about you don't do that? Okay. Yep, murderer. Fuck. Every time I'm trying to throw these. So it, lady, it's been a while since I fought you. Oh, get me out of those. Ow. Son of a bitch. I'm taking way more damage than I would like to be. I'm clearly out of practice fighting Tizifany.
Nice chatting.
Because, yeah.
Go on and try.
Uh-huh. I will.
Let's see here.
That's exactly what I will do. What do I want for my cast? Who do I want? I don't think I really give a shit about cast. However, for my dash, I want Athena.
Okay.
Okay, don't really need any of that. Let's go.
So much for Tartarus.
Did that say Hermes? I wasn't looking. I hope it's Hermes. And I hope he has my extra fucking dash.
Let's deal some death.
You little shitski. Ow. Ow. That wasn't okay. Oh. There's somebody over there. Hi, buddy. What are you doing?
Message for me.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Hermes, my friend. May I call you my friend? I hope this modest offering will lift your spirits but won't slow you down.
I look like I got the sort of time to sit next to cuz, well, guess what? I do. So cheers. Message for you, boss. It says, you're rather slow. If only somebody could help you out with that. Huh, fancy that. What a coincidence.
Why is that one not the epic one? Son of a bitch. What do you give? Nah. It's not worth it. Oh, you... Pain! Why you make me do this? Okay, well... Duh. 'Cause, like, I don't want to fight you. 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 I don't want to fight you what I'm gonna choose.
Oh, hey.
Hi. It's been forever. Thank God I still have a gift left over.
Aw, for me, really, Your Majesty? This will be perfect for my latest recipes.
You know, of all the souls I've ever met, I feel like you put this stuff to the best possible use. Eurydice, how long have you been down here anyway, if you don't mind my asking?
It's been
Seems
so
like you're pretty
long
settled
since
in.
I've seen Eurydice.
It's quite a lovely place.
How long have I been down here, hon? Huh, I don't have the faintest. You lose your sense of time once you're a shade, or maybe once there's not a sun or moon over your head. But yeah, I found myself a decent spot and fixed it up a bit.
Hi, Flo. How are you? Oh, let's shut up. Shut up. That's the wrong freaking thing. I'm gonna lurk here. Have a good lurk. It's happy to see you. Also, if anybody's not following Flo, they just started streaming. What were they streaming last? I saw them streaming Repo. I don't know if that was what they were. Last streaming Fortnite. Yeah, the last one I was looking. We were doing Repo with Blue. But yeah, go give Flo a follow. Wonderful person. Love him. And help them get to affiliate. That's the word. Graded to next rarity. Yeah, let's do palm porridge.
Oh, good choice there, hon.
Feeling better already.
Thank you.
See you.
See you.
Hello? Enemies? Anywhere? Oh, there
More
you
wave
are.
makers.
Wave makers. Fucking favorite. Hey, buddy boy. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Almost finished with these.
Nope. You thought. You! I'm sorry, what happened? Thank you so much. Love you. Love you. Billy. Blue says hi, by the way. Hi, Blue. Billy to Blue as well.
I'll take it.
Getting caught on corners. Now we go Aphrodite.
Get me out
Not
of here.
Aphrodite. Ooh, Athena. Rain. Rain, it works, I think. Occasionally. Oh.
Oh good, I love snakes.
I regret. I'm getting stuck on stuff. How was that within that thing's range? I call BS. I looked away here. Thought that was my bad. Come on. There we go. Come on. Land, buddy. Thank you. Okay, land again, please. Bye-bye.
Goddess Athena.
Athena.
You bear my owl pendant, noble cousin. Wherever it should go, I faintly see it shimmer from afar, even where you reside. For owls see in total darkness, after all.
I do love owls. Girl. Where the fuck is your dash? Again? Nah, I'm good. Also, Hermes again. Why'd you stop that right now? This is the best possible weapon for this room, or for these guys. Where you at? Oh, there's skulls in here too.
It's Hermes.
Again.
In the name of Hades.
Yeah. Pretty decent on life. Let's focus on levels. Hello. Damn it, I wanted to hit the blowy uppy.
Don't keep me waiting.
Hey. Just don't stay near the blowy uppies, fine. Alright, I still have nothing on my cast. Bye-bye.
The power of Olympus.
Mm-mm.
Got some zest.
Which chamber are we on? Last one before Lerny. Nah, I'm saving money. Hi, Lerny.
Lerny, you really didn't have to reconstitute yourself just for my sake.
He does it every time. Excuse me, Lerny, can I have that back? Thank you.
Not now.
That. Stay still. Stay tight. Thank you. Nope. Don't you do it. 158. Nope. Don't do that. Don't do it. I thought I dodged through it. God damn it.
There.
Oh, you came out angry. Okay.
Pain and suffering upon you all.
Ow. Dodge through those ones at least. Hi, buddy. Do it. Okay. Alright, Lerny. Here we go.
I can't.
Bye-bye.
Enough. Got it.
Learning is typically the easiest
You
boss.
surpassed my Hydra.
He really should be in Tartarus.
I sure did, Father.
Right, switch to that. Anything good? Not really. I don't think I'm willing to spend my minis on. Gold.
Everything's so green.
Just for funds. Alright. Give me a spear upgrade. Ah, little shits, huh? That's what we're doing, huh? This is very good for the little shits. Oh. You're not the little shit, okay. What are you doing? Besides getting stabbed in the back. Moron. Yep.
They'll fear me with this spear.
Okay, I don't need any healing. Just keep upgrading stuff. Just get stabbed over and over again.
Think you can stop me?
Why do I keep aiming the wrong fucking direction? Stop it! Oh, right. Oh, we're still not done, are we? Oh, thank God you spawned with your back to me. That's very helpful. Well, didn't need the sandwich.
5-second rule. That was 5 seconds, right?
That was way longer than 5 seconds, my dude.
The power of Olympus.
Yeah, let's put that at
Extra
40.
blessing.
Yep. Just Gonna keep leveling the powers up. I still don't have a cast or a dodge, which is not great. Okay. Ow. I need Shield Boy to get the fuck away. I have other things to deal with, Shield Boy. You are not my main concern currently. There we go. Oh shit. Yeah, stay. Never mind. Stay over there. Idiot. I do think the spear is the best weapon for dealing with Elysium. Just not for anything else. No. No. Wasting resources. Oh, that one has Athena on it. I'm blind. Okay. I was like, it's the same thing. There's not a choice here.
One of them's going to be mad.
Sorry, Athena. Aphrodite is scarier.
How thoughtful.
I'm hoping for Athena's dash.
No one in our family can avoid taking sides forever, Zagreus. But you can take the more sensible side at least.
I'm more scared of Aphrodite.
She won't like this.
Oh, shield.
Guess she's upset.
Oh, that's not nice. Yeah, why did you do that? Stop protecting them. Really?
That one's rearming.
Okay, thank God. Oh, more are spawning. Perfect. Oh, you have armor. No, don't. Oh. Finally, good Lord. Yeah, apparently the longer it takes to kill something, the worse Athena is.
I would very much
Because if you can
prefer
kill
to
things
think we
quick,
both
she
know
doesn't
better
start
than
the
to let old grudges
invincible.
stew forever, Zagreus.
Son of a... Could you give me your King Dash? Why? Why do you suck? I mean, Epic beats this, so I'll take this.
This boon should serve me better.
Now I have nothing that's Heartbreak, so that doesn't help me with anything. I guess I'll go find Aphrodite again. I just want Athena's dash. That's all I want. close. Too fucking close. Ah. Who asked you? Nobody asked you. Sit the fuck down.
Haven't you learned your lesson yet?
Clearly not. Don't do it.
Hi, Aphrodite.
Again.
In the name of Hades.
I guess I'm taking this. Aphrodite. Jesus. Give me some. Oh god, it's butterfly ball.
So sucking butterflies.
Nope, don't you get up. Nope.
Got him.
Nope. 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 Ow. Oh, one of them got up. Of course it's an archer. Okay. It is just time to deal with the fucking butterfly ball. Yep. God.
Perish, all of you.
Hold the fucking shield point. I don't want to deal with this.
Won't catch
If
this soul,
you
thanks.
do not give me your dash, I will scream.
In the name of Hades.
Bless you. And it's epic. Let's go. Finally. What else did I need for Aphrodite? Powers? Olympian gods. Aphrodite. Boonless. Since I'm stuck with Crush Shot anyway. Shoots farther. Hey. Sounds good. Please give me the thing I need. Oh my god. This is in the middle of them. Please go away. Don't do this. Oh, this is a lot of you. Oh my god. You're scary. There's more. Stop it. Oh, that's so many butterflies. That is so many. Okay, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Nope. No butterflies touch me. Hit them all. Ow. Fucking Christ. Alright.
In the name of Hades.
Huh? I mean, sure. I guess. Okay. It's not exactly what I wanted, so I'll be Hey, you think she'll give me crush shot, or she'll give me the thing for crush shot? God, it's Aphrodite after Aphrodite after Aphrodite. Good lord.
I know that toll.
I have a feeling this is not going to take much time at all.
I hope not.
Who dies first?
Hopefully not me.
Useless. You can't hurt me. Time is up.
No, he's mine. He's mine. Son of a bitch. Oh, Lord have... You can have Shield Boy. You know? No. The archers are mine. You can have Shield Boy. Shield Boy is yours.
Good.
Good fucking Lord. No. Stop it. Oh, there's more. Hello. Nope. Man. You wanna fight? I win.
All right.
Again. Hi.
You took down more than I did.
I did. Now, can I get a kiss goodbye? No.
Olympus, I accept this message.
That is a prophecy fulfilled. Let's fucking go. Oh, I forgot to check the shit. Whoops. Oh, God. We're already here? Oh. Can I get a heal? Where's the heal? Oh, there it is.
I'll pay for that.
Well, let's see how this goes.
Gentlemen.
Back.
Attack us if you
Again.
dare, blackguard. Asterius and I stand ready.
Uh-huh. Serious.
No
Hasn't
holding
lost
back.
his life.
Just listen to that, friend Asterius.
Where is he? There you are.
I do not fear you, fiend. Your presence is a stain upon Elysium.
Oh, glory. I didn't use it like that. I panic dodged. Why you gotta start off sprinting? You didn't used to start off with sprinting. It's kind of rude. Okay, you're not gonna do the jump? Okay. Ah! Bitch.
Now I am angry.
I'm certainly angry. You son of a bitch.
Well, Hellspawn, not ready to admit defeat as yet.
God, you're not even past half. That's fucking grand. Alright, could you run it? Thank you. Thank you. Finally. you.
wish. My blessed spear
We're
shall find
immediately
you
running
anyway.
out.
Stand and fight.
Okay.
Blast Asterius.
You're next, King.
Nope.
Can't do that.
Where are the rest of mine? Jesus.
Hold, you monster. Come, monster. Attack with everything you have.
Oh, I thought I was far enough behind it. Apparently not.
How is this? A clean hit.
Damn right, a fucking clean hit.
Lady Artemis, make my strength be true.
How about Artemis? We don't do that. Oh my god. I don't remember the patterning of Artemis's stuff. Did you throw your fucking spear? Thank you. Ow, shit.
Monster, you have no bearing and no grace or courage.
Ow. Okay, that was my bad.
You. You try evading this.
God damn it.
You
What
are
are you
unfit to walk these hallowed passageways.
Where you at? Okay. Artemis honestly seems like the easiest one. Movements are very predictable besides the very start.
That ought to make
I
Theseus
still
shudder
have
for a
all
bit.
3 Death Defiances. This... we have a chance.
I'll take the service exit, thanks.
Alright. Ad break started. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break and we will be right back. Get something to eat, get something to drink, take some time to stretch, go to the bathroom, and we will be right back. Welcome back from Let's see, game. And personally check. Okay. All right. Wait, did I check this? Yeah. Okay.
So close.
Once again. Ask those idiots, but no death defiance is lost. I just hope I don't lose any in this section. That would be fucking tragic.
Lucky find. Should stock up for the road ahead.
I wish I had more Ares stuff, but it is what it is. I wish I had an Ares special. That would be really nice. Start with this one.
Try this way. Whoa.
Hopefully that took damage. Ah. Patch. My favorite. At least they weren't armored. Fine, thank you. Ow!
I hate this stuff.
I didn't see him there. Oh my god,
Okay.
Cure. I didn't see you there, you little bitch. I thought it was just rats. Nope, don't do that. Stay the f away from me. Nope. Nope. You're so tanky for no fucking reason. Rat, could you step the fuck back, buddy boy? I don't know if that does damage faster or not, you know? Oh, God. I'm stuck. What the hell was I stuck on? I'm gonna scream.
Ares, suffer and die.
Come on. Oh, I can shoot it through that? Nice. Are you kidding me? Ugh. I
Hello, Lord
hate this
Ares.
place.
In the name of Hades.
I'll take that.
Hey, think I see a fish?
I'm gonna get a perfect catch on this one.
Blood and...
We're not gonna talk about it,
Which
okay?
tunnel?
We're not gonna talk about it. That didn't happen. No. Stop getting closer to me. Back the fuck off. You are too close to me. I have boundaries. Take
I
that.
can use this.
At least they take long enough to charge up, but I can do this attack. Now, if they had armor, then it's kind of screwed. Hello.
Nice.
Okay. Good. Oh,
There it is already.
another early one.
I'll just tuck that away.
That'll heal me all the way.
Had quite enough here, thanks. Time to deliver the goods.
Oh, but should I spend it on that, or should I spend it on actually on other stuff? I'm gonna spend it on the other stuff.
Cheers, mate.
Why are these all normal? Why aren't... do that.
The War God's power.
This game's any... I'll take that.
I'll take it.
And I think we're gonna go with this. My special is faster, might be nice. Yeah. Thank you.
The prince persuades the underworld's ferocious guardian to move aside.
Once again.
I owe you one, boy. Made it again. You're not going to stop me.
I cannot fathom why you wish to die repeatedly like this.
Fair point. Nope. Get away. Missed. Idiot. You thought. You were right. Ah! Fuck. Okay, not a great start.
Your eyes deceive you, boy.
Hmm. You're a hoe. I thought I was outside king range. His range on that thing is ridiculous. Oh no.
Darkness. Darkness.
Right, you don't do that. Son of a bitch.
Darkness. 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 Darkness.
Nope. I thought I would be able to hit him from that.
You brought this on yourself.
God damn it. Dude, can you let me? Thank you. See? 3 dodges. That's all I fucking need. Nope. Dude.
Heed now my
Yeah, there's your
summons, wretches,
friends.
and come
Oh.
bring my wayward son down to your depths.
Fuck nah.
This shape-shifting
Fuck
of yours
nah.
won't last for long.
Not dealing with that.
Go home.
That was my bad. Yep, that was my fuck up.
Darkness.
Go down. I thought he was down. He made a weird noise. I thought he was
Finish
down.
this.
Okay.
You asked for this.
Yeah, I so asked for this. That's exactly what happened here. Where you at, buddy? Could we not? Could we not?
Out of my sight.
Oh, God. Could you destroy them, please? Oh my god. Oh, this is not great. Ow.
Ares! Blood and death, together hand in hand. Prepare.
Where are you at? There you are. Potter, could you fuck off?
Not yet.
Shit. I know that back. Thank you. Okay. Fair enough. Already? Oh, I didn't.
I don't think so.
Perish. I shall not take such disrespect from you.
Wham, wham, fucking boo-hoo. Thank you. Oh, God. That was close. Was not realizing what he was doing. Ow. Hey, Padre, could you fucking stop it? I'd appreciate it. Oh my god. Oh, I thought you were gonna do it again. You're not.
Ow.
That almost didn't even take a death defiance.
The world you seek out there.
The difference a
It's even
build can make.
crueler than the one you know.
Goddamn.
Fair. Well.
I did it. In the name of Hades.
It's my third slowest time. We fucking did it! Every weapon. Finally. There, please, fishies. I need the fishies from here. Really? No fishies.
Beautiful.
Finally made it back, Mum. Exactly what you told me not to do.
Mother!
Excuse me, I gotta check if there's a fish over here. Just making sure. Okay. Sorry for burning your grass.
You can't do this to me, Mother. You said Father is no fool, and neither are you. There has to be a way to fix this. Not just with you and Father, but with everyone. There has to be a way.
You have your father's stubbornness. Listen to me. You're endangering everything you care about by coming here. Don't you understand? Besides...
What? Besides what? Tell me, please.
The truth is that I like it here, Zagreus. I've done well for myself on my own. And your father, he has his domain to look after. The feelings he once had for me, feelings we shared, they fade with time. You'll understand someday.
No, I won't be understanding anything of the sort. Father still loves you, I'm sure of it. And he owes you an apology, damn it. I cannot make amends with you on his behalf. Something only you can do together.
I mean, what if she doesn't care about him?
What do you mean he still loves me, Zagreus? How would you know?
Because I'm his blasted son, that's how I know. But trust me isn't ever good enough, I know that too. I'll prove it to you, Mother. Just you wait and see.
How the fuck are we gonna do that?
Oh, you're fading, son. You don't need to prove anything to me. Please don't do anything rash. All of us made our choices. Now we have to live with them. Isn't it enough to know that I'm safe? That I'm content to be alone?
No, it's not enough for me because this blasted family, it cannot just keep hiding from its problems, running from them. We're stuck with one another. We have to do everything we can for one another.
Oh, my dear boy.
We have to. No.
He's stubborn.
Yet. God damn it all. Again.
What? What? I've got a survey here if you'd like to fill it out.
Sure.
No.
Fine, Zagreus. Would you like to take the survey?
Achilles, I need your help.
But why?
No, can't go this way just yet.
I'm gonna go talk to my boyfriend.
What's going on
you.
with Charon, by the way, if you can tell me, Than? He's never been particularly talkative, but he really seems to know the inner workings of this place.
I correspond with Charon all the time, but even I don't know the full extent
Maybe
of his
I have to
responsibilities.
give Charon more gifts.
He's an independent contractor of sorts, been here forever. Your father gives him plenty of space to
What
work.
do I need to do to push you so I can give you gifts again?
He must be compensated pretty well for having done this for so long, tending the influx of new souls and all of that.
I doubt he's in it for
I
the
thought
compensation,
Charon would
Zagreus.
be
There is no
Hermes.
underworld without Charon. I think he knows that, and your father knows it too.
I never thought of it like that.
Find a way into Hades' private quarters? Oh, are we breaking in and stealing love letters? Is that what we're gonna do? Hi.
What is it, lad? What's wrong? What can I do?
Ocean! Thank you for the resub for 6 months. God damn. That's a long ass time. Happy number 6. Right, I forgot. I totally forgot about text to speech. No, we're Team Than and Meg. And do so. We are all three. We are equal opportunity. But thank you so much for the peace up, Ocean. I really, really appreciate it.
Let me in Father's chambers, please.
That's high atop the list of things I'm not to do for anyone, and under any circumstances. What is it you need? I've never even been in there myself.
I need some juicy gossip.
I don't know, but if I know Father, and I think I do, he's got to have something of hers in there. Of Mother's. She still doesn't get it, doesn't believe me about him, and I said I'd prove it, that he cares for her.
All right, slow down, I understand. Look, this can get me in a lot of trouble like you've no idea. And not just me, so be careful and be quick while he's still out. Take this and go. Don't leave anything there out of place, all right?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you.
Wait, is it this? Oh. It doesn't let me go in there either, though. It's not letting me go in. Interesting. Sneaky. That the only... That was easy.
The stoic lord and master of the house possesses wealth beyond imagining, a portion of which he has used for a crisp set of attire for every passing day.
And a new cloak.
I knew it. It's just capes.
Oh.
In his lord father's very private chambers, Zagreus, the lock-removing prince, discovers a most delicately painted likeness of none other than Persephone herself. A coat of dust suggests it has remained here for some time.
That pillow of his looks like a rock. That cannot be comfy.
He's never stopped thinking of her. Ugh, what a fool.
Is that what we needed? There doesn't seem to be anything else I can interact with. Ah! I didn't mean to go out.
Find what you need.
I did, thank you.
I guess. We didn't take it with as proof or anything, though. He's actually playing music for once.
All three of Cerberus the Watchdog's terrifying countenances greet the prince.
Always feel better talking to you, boy.
Why is this $5? That's so expensive. Oh, let's go
with this one then. I'd like to see the depths of Tartarus adorn those walls back there.
I think Tartarus is my favorite location, honestly.
That's a lot of gemstones.
Aesthetically, and though I do like Elysium's aesthetic. And now I'm poor. Once again. Are we shocked? No.
It's nice that I no longer have to live and breathe and can be focused purely on my song.
You sound rather happy. Talk to her in a second. Than's on the wall.
Thanatos does it again.
I'll be there in a second. I need to deposit my fish
How's
and
that
see
knife
what
set
I
working
get.
out?
Wait, all I got
deal.
was... Oh, right, because I missed... Oh, that's sad. I'm not talking about it.
Do, sir. In my father's chambers, he has
off.
a bedside portrait of somebody.
Though I hate
is she
Elysium
someone
as
with whom you
well.
were familiar?
I hate everywhere except Tartarus. Mostly I hate Elysium because butterfly balls and Theseus.
Oh, Prince, I'm not permitted in your father's chambers. Are you kidding me? I'd ask you what
so
it's like
those
in there,
don't
but
get
I don't
changed
think I'm supposed
or
to know.
cleaned.
Don't worry, you're not missing much.
True. Your waifu.
What's in stock?
Where's the other waifu? Where's Meg? Where is my Meg?
Nyx, I encountered Demeter. She mentioned her daughter, Persephone. You never said she was my grandmother. Didn't you think, under the circumstances, that was something I should know?
Why? Everybody's related. Did he not get taught anything about anything?
Listen to me, child. What you know or do not know is for your protection. Your protection and your birth mother's as well. Your suspicion and your curiosity are warranted, but I can do no more about them now, except to caution you. Are we understood?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're understood.
I don't have any juice. What's it called? Nectar. Oh,
Zagreus.
You're in my room, aren't you?
Forget another something in my bedchambers there, Meg.
No, we need to talk again. My sisters are involved now in all this.
They have been
You've
for a
really
while.
stirred up quite a mess.
I know. I'm sorry, but this is something that I have to do. You wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't know. What I'm trying to say is, with my sisters involved, it changes things. Takes some of the pressure off of me.
Some of the pressure... Wait, what are you going to do?
I'm saying I know you're doing what you have to do here, Zagreus. And my sisters and I will always try to stop you. But I'm only doing it because I have to. Understand?
Understood.
Meg. She...
Yes! What the fuck do I have to do to trigger Thans to go to the next thing?
Was bound to happen, really.
Hehe.
Lady Aphrodite, showing me favor.
And I finally used all of these.
Guess
10.
I have been rather busy as of late.
Nice. Still missing one for Poseidon. Oh, I'm still missing one for Dionysus as well. I forgot. Oh, legendary boons. Well, I guess we've made a decent dent in this list. We're still missing some boons from Chaos. Missing 3 upgrades for the sword. Missing a shit ton for the bow. Oh, we only are missing 1 for the spear. Oh, reach the surface with that thing. Ugh. No. Achievement.
Boyo?
Boyo?
Shit
you
could
have to
go for
say?
somebody just wailing away on me right now.
Can go for Poseidon's, I guess. It wants me to go
Far
with
greater
this.
gods than I once wielded you.
I think we'll wait until I have a bunch of... a whole lot of blood to upgrade that, because... Eesh.
Care for a warm-up with that?
Is it the gun that has this? Why? For what purpose? To annoy me? Oh, that's not what I meant to click on. I don't really care for any of this. None of it sounds great. This was fine. It wasn't great, it wasn't good, it was fine.
What, you gonna sock it to me, pal?
Shush. I'm looking. Because now we're gonna have to look into doing different aspects. Escaping with each aspect. For completionist's sake. How do these things work again? Oh. Right, so it's saying after 3 volleys on this one, your special hits more. Magnetic cutter. It pull deals 20 damage. What does that mean? Wait. Your special pulls foes in. They take... That's kind of interesting. I'd be willing to do that.
Grant me the aspect of Talos.
Not Talos. What are we in Skyrim?
Hey, not bad.
Could run through with that.
This ought to be
look at
good.
this again.
Exegriff.
Well, I had never spent anything to upgrade that, so... 4 seconds after. What does absorbing mean? I almost never manually reload. So let's get
Grant
this
me the
one.
aspect of Eris.
And I
Hey,
guess
what
let's
just
go
happened?
try a gun run. God, I hate this thing.
Yeah.
And then this. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll go with usual. Not only are you a cutie, you are also a patootie. What is a patootie, Cooper? Welcome in. Thank you with the shout out. Don't ask questions. I'm asking questions. You can't stop me. Also, shout out. Potion. No problem.
What could go wrong?
I'm probably past you in Vampire Masquerade, Cooper. It's been so long
There we
since
go.
we've seen you.
That scoundrel Theseus. Apparently he earned himself some sort of winsome prize for all his blustering there in Elysium. Though I'm quite certain that no matter what he and his bull friend have at their disposal, you've the power to defeat them utterly. So go do it. Surely I'll get word.
They didn't kill me. Why are you yapping about them? That is not your call to aid. And... What? What prophecy, huh? Foretold, that means...
I can't.
Please stop it. Where'd you go? There you are. I don't know that anymore. Yeah, I've been so mean, depriving the patooties of your presence. Exactly. We need the Koopather.
Looks like a good spot.
Now.
That was slow as hell.
The hellfish.
That was so slow. Well, you know what? Chaos, sure.
Going in.
What?
Lord Poseidon offered you his blessing, it would seem. He can be rather boastful and belligerent, exhibiting the most unattractive manners of your father and Lord Zeus alike.
Poopither been feeling a bit more like Poopither recently? No! No! Hugs for Poopither. I hope you feel better. Yeah, I don't like the special too much, so... I guess we're doing this one, which
Be
sucks.
careful, son of Hades.
You got a fish? No, you suck. Thank you, you're healed. Wow, I'm magic. You little bitch.
Which way?
Dodging my special. Well, let's get some heals. Ah, shit. Why are you not shooting? Shoot at the thing, please.
Heads up.
How do you not get ahead at all? Until just now.
Good enough to eat.
That's all I have. Yep, I need nectar once again. I'm back, got rammed up. Yay! Alaska's got rammed. Bye-bye. Don't do that. I said don't do that. Oh, are you the only enemy? I thought there was something else. Oh, Lord.
The curse of chaos has been lifted.
Yay!
Surprise.
Oh, I didn't realize I was in... a spot where I could get hit by the laser. Oh, okay, fine. Nothing blocks the laser anymore. All just breaks. Once again, this is my problem with ranged weapons. I'm not looking
So
at
much for them.
my character, so if I assume that this thing is still here. Hi! Lulu! Got up here and left. Okay, Demeter. Well, I need things right now. Because I got nothing.
I'll break you again.
Great. Okay, stop it. Get out of the freaking corner.
Nice try.
After my daughter Corey disappeared, I left this mountaintop. Wandered the earth in search. Or not, of course. It was a necessary journey, I suppose. May yours fare better.
Guess we'll take this.
Let's see how this goes.
I still need more. What do I need for Dionysus? What's left of his? Weeping Gods, Dionysus, Moonlist. What do I need? Okay, I need Dash, Strike, Flourish, or Aid. Got it. Oh, good Christ. Shut up, bitches. Yeah, this thing is definitely not good for lots of enemies.
Felt a shiver in the air just now, and that can only mean that chilly Demeter decided to give you a little help there, huh? Or maybe it's just cold. I mean, this is a mountaintop.
Is it? I guess we're doing that one. How much do I have of each? We are kind of really low on these. Not that they're necessary, but I like cosmetics. As long as it doesn't take real money. I'm stuck. I wish my special was faster. I think there's an upgrade for that for it. No. I don't know. Sure, why not? See if we can get Poseidon's Call.
One god or the other.
Both? I don't remember.
I'm ever grateful, nephew.
Which one sucks worse? Really rude. Really rude. I wanted your call to aid.
Man, that was definitely not a thing to do. I mean, are we best mates or not? You think on that while I do this.
He won't stand for this. Looks like I angered him.
Really?
Ready.
It's... Ow. I'm just gonna go over here where there's less going on, and y'all can filter over here.
All right. We're cool.
W
We're cool.
Hades
No need to get all hot and bothered any longer here.
Welcome in, Papa Joe. Not it, this. Don't worry about it. I'll manually add one to your daily snooze press and fix it. Actually, I can do that right now. So I don't forget. It really just doesn't like to be nice. All good, how'd the game going? Well, we finally beat Hades with the spear. That was the last weapon I had to defeat him with. Because somehow that's my worst weapon. I don't know how. It's not a bad weapon. In fact, it's most people's favorite, but oy. I'm tempted to take this just to get another nectar. But if my special's inflicting, it'd
time to feast.
Inflict a lot. Is that the only door? That's the only door. Oh, we're already to whichever sister it will be.
Just what I need.
I hate that. Felt necessity to buy that. Ooh, money. Oh, also high. Exactly. How many have I given to you? 3. You're fine.
Time to face the Furies.
For now, anyway.
Megara?
What? Where did you get the rail? Do you know what you have? Where are your customary weapons?
I wish I had my customary weapons. This thing sucks.
I left them at home. And I sort of know what I have, in as much as it's largely responsible for getting me this far. Would you like to see a demonstration?
Yes, I would. I always have, as a matter of fact.
Just openly flirting. Beating each other up is a form of flirting, you know. Pretty sure. Oh, I thought I was out of range. Nope. Okay. Okay. Nope. Can I destroy? Okay, I can. Ow. Did I run out of ammo?
Kill.
Yeah, that attack is much easier to deal with the spear. That doesn't reach that far.
Blood and darkness. Suffer.
Ow. I need the upgrade with infinite bullets.
This is...
Damn, they kinky with it, huh? Exactly. And I ain't shaming. Gets
Well,
Meg
Father.
fine as hell.
Go on to Asphodel and die.
Just be that
Which
way.
one?
Such a Debbie Downer, Dad. Good God. Well... I still need his call to aid. So we're keeping this one, I guess. I don't need any of that.
See you, Tartarus.
My hair's
Getting
blowing
warmer.
around me. That's gonna start in a minute. That would explain a lot of things. It would, wouldn't it?
This place has definitely seen better days.
That's why
Or
Fan
nights.
only comes to visit when, you know, I'm gonna get beat up. Oh my god, I missed a fish. Oh my god, you have to...
May I help you?
Call it. It's all over. I missed the fucking fish. Saw it as soon as I pressed the damn button.
Right there.
Hello? Where are the others? There you are. Damn it, game over. Yes. That is worse than dying. Hello? Ah, there you are. I missed you. I'm so sorry. Oh, there's a wave maker. That's nice. My favorite. More wave makers? Not you two, at least. Nope, there's another one. Ah! Did that kill all of them?
Good
Nice.
riddance.
The audacity to stream. Brandon, I have not haunted your stream page. Not the fucking ads. You... The... Rude. I'll wait till ads are over. This Brando definitely an ad hell. If you do not give me the extra dash, we will have fights. Like every time I tell you, I'll tell you what will happen. There will be consequences.
I
you're close with Orpheus down there. You get the chance, you tell him I said hey. He's pretty decent with that lyre of his last time I checked.
Whatever. Actually, we'll do a quick BRB while the ads are running. Okay, welcome back from ads. Just took a quick break in order to stretch and stuff. Oh, Lord. Brandon, the how dare I have free will? Wild. You haven't seen me in about a week. So you should be happy. That screensaver, though. That is a Dragon Age Origins concept art. I love her. For the City Elf Origin. All of the screensavers are Dragon Age concept art. That way I don't feel guilty about, like, if I accidentally show somebody else's art. Let's see. Ah, Brandon, you know Pop. So, whatever Pop tells you, he's super talented at Fortnite. Is that so? Pop rejects this. Tacos in church. Tacos. Trying to steal my viewers, Brandon? Ask Ash. Ash would tell you the same thing. Is that so? God, if I could only, if my computer could only handle streaming Fortnite, we would have Fortnite Fridays, like, every Friday. Except for this last month. I am waiting with bated breath for the Star Wars stuff to be gone. Because, ugh. I hate it. Okay, Demeter. Okay, if we're not gonna get Poseidon's call to aid, might as well get Demeter's to stop Fuckface McGee from getting it. Theseus. Can't wait for the weekend. Yes, can't wait. Finally, I'll be able to play Fortnite again. I haven't played it like all month. For like once or twice. There's OG you can play. I've never played anything besides Zero Build. I didn't start playing Fortnite until kind of recent. Ow, fuck. Like a few months ago.
What?
I don't play anything else aside from what the friends are playing. OG Zero Build does exist. Not recommended though. Oh no. I don't know how to build. I could never play build.
In the name of Hades.
Ooh. That's still not a call to aid. But I'll take it.
Poseidon won't mind.
Did I miss anything? No fish. No shop. Nothing. Hermes, I swear to God.
Course is set.
If you do not give me that extra dash. Oh, just fine. Move, why don't you?
Rearmed.
Okay. I need Witch to go away. Please. Please, Hermes, I beg you.
Hear me on my authority.
You suck. You suck. When your Jinx shirts came in, DM'd it to you. Ooh, Jinx shirt. Ooh, it's pretty. Gotta love Jinx. Precious little bean.
Transgressions are not tolerated.
Good lord. Ay, 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 ay. I did not see you over there. Sneaky.
Enough, I've better things to do.
Yeah, this thing is not great for killing quickly, that's for sure. Really? You do this to me? What if she would give me her dodge? That's so sad. Well, Eurydice, give me some goodies. How many gifts does she have? Only 3? Okay, yeah, we'll spend this on her.
I know you've got important business to
I
attend
meant
to.
to press
So thanks for
G.
checking in, Your Royal Majesty. That can be arranged.
Can I still give the gift?
Why, thank you.
Good.
You read my mind, hon. I go through this stuff awful fast sometimes.
And I, in turn, shall go through your incredible cooking awful fast, given the opportunity.
How are you? How you be? Good to see you. You shut out. Everybody go follow Blue. They're wonderful. Great vibes. W streamer. Bye, Eurydice. If only I could have her singing in the background the entire way
Stay
through.
safe.
No Tinky, no Papa. I just tell him the truths.
Oh no.
Why could he not? Ah, stinky. That will never get off fast enough. Still gonna do it anyway. Can't help it. Okay, that one's down. Bye-bye. You gonna give me something good?
Poor Demeter, young man. I still wonder what became of her fair daughter. Ran away with mortals there, perhaps. Some of the tales even more preposterous.
I have no clue.
Don't go believing everything you hear. And do be sensitive about the subject, Demeter, she's been through quite enough.
Mm-hmm. This is the only aid we're gonna get.
Shocking.
I feel like. I wish there was a thing that would increase the likelihood that your next whatever would give you a call of aid. Whichever Olympian you run into. Because I've been trying to get Poseidon's call to aid for so long.
Nice.
Could you stop throwing the waves, please and thank you. No, don't do that. Ah. Excuse me. Getting across to where things are visible. Hi, buddy. You didn't jump very far.
Time to collect.
Really, someone when we Palea? When we Palea? I don't know. When are you going Palea? Whatever you want Palea, I can Palea. I'll figure it out. Okay, yeah, this last chamber before. You think it's possible?
Pleasure doing business.
Never will give me a call to aid. I'm not sure.
Let's make some waves. Lernie, if you'd like for me to kill you, hiss. Not now.
Where did the rest of them go? Oh. Weird. This is one of the worst heads. Ugh. I hate this head so much. No babies. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Alright, Lernie. No babies. Oh my god, there's a baby. Fuck my life. Oh my god.
Sis! I can take care of that.
I'm empty.
Bye-bye. It's wifey day. Aww.
Lovely chatting with you, Lernie, dear.
Have a good
Beautiful.
wifey day. Blue. You win, Flo.
Go with that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend that.
Onward.
I'm so good at this game, am I? Started off pretty rough. But thank you.
The dead
By
must
my
have it
base.
pretty good up here.
No fishing. Sad. You think he'll give me the thing I need? For that thing to be fulfilled? Oh. That's just angry.
More flame wheels.
Oh my god. Get away from me. You have to zoom like a insane person. You're so scary. Run into like their obsessed stalker. Get away. Away. That special does so little damage.
Just a bit longer.
Oh. Oh, there's still one of you left. Please go away. Son of a bitch. Can't shoot through that, can ya? Because neither can I. Get over here.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Dionysus, I'm not happy about this. In the slightest. Zag is hot. You bet your sweet ass. Zag is hot. So is everybody else. It's a beautiful game. Wherever you look. Except for Theseus, he can suck it. I guess we'll go with this. Just not great choices. Ooh, suck it, Theseus, exactly. More life. Didn't get a whole lot of it early on. Ah, chaos, huh? I'm not gonna do chaos right now. That is not gonna happen. It's not gonna hit you. Stop. Don't shoot me. Oh my lord. Please, blow yourselves up. Thank you. Oh god, are more spawning? Okay. Blow yourselves up, please and thank you. Thank you. You gotta stop spawning at some point. Okay, good. That is not where the target was. It Sorry, Chaos. Not this time. Ooh, gun upgrade. Please give me the unlimited bullets. Please, please, please. An Erebus gate? You tell me you don't reach that far, huh? Bullets. Oh lord. Not the shield boy. I'm just gonna keep hitting you with the special, buddy. That's the only advantage to this thing. We're dealing with you. Okay. Ah, shit. That wasn't looking at me. No, another shield boy. Oh, new stuff. Bounces to one additional foe was nice. But more damage from the special. No, I'm taking Ricochet.
There, that's it.
The other one's not a bad either, but Honestly, anything is improvement with the gun. You think he'll give me the thing I need this time? Probably not.
Ah. You have returned to my chamber. I trust you are familiar now with what this means.
We're gonna fuck? Is that what you mean?
It means I've challenged you to a battle of strength and glory, because apparently that's all there is to do for fun around here for those such as yourself.
That's an interesting way of explaining it.
That... Yes. Essentially, that is correct. Prepare.
Wait, could you stay still? One day this will hit. There we go.
I'm out.
Wow, you just stood there and took that. Ow. I mistimed that dodge by a lot. The changing of the targeting pisses me off to no end. Are you gonna zoom? Is this usually where you zoom? No? Ah, shit, I thought I had time to dodge.
Zeus! Olympus smite you! No.
Alright.
Stand down. I concede.
See you soon.
Wait. Oh, there's my... Wait. Ah, there's my face. Okay. Thought I lost my fan.
In the name of Hades.
Thank you. Finally. Another one fulfilled. Let's go. Hello? Oh. My favorite. Don't come near me. Just stay over there. Stay over there. Stay right there. Perfect. Good boy. I hate you. I hate you. Hello. Can you please get blown up? Thank you. Ish. There's not just a chariot this time. Perfect. Love that. Please get blown. Thank you. Uh oh. You don't fucking see me. You see nothing. You're blind. There we go. Boom. There's more? Oh god. There's little skis. Oh my god. Please.
Ready.
Ah. Could you blow yourself up yet, please? And thank you. Okay, fine, I'll do it for you.
Don't do that.
Oh, are you kidding? There we go. There.
Look what I found.
One. Did we pick up sandwich in this room? Probably. From how much we were going around in circles. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Well, I don't need...
Could use the rod of fishing there.
About every detail.
Yeesh.
Always so unyielding to your doom.
Got a bite.
Ooh,
I caught a sea
that's new.
Please, leave me be.
I've not seen that thing before. Nice. Another one off the list. I think that one's still... Yeah, that's definitely in Chaos's realm. And so this is surface. This is probably the place where Cerberus is at. Wait, there's something further. When Feedy first emerged from darkness, she grew very concerned as to why she was forced to slither bodily along the ground. While shades could float about and bats could fly, why was she forced to move in such a thoroughly ignoble way? It was unfair. However, Mother Night implored her not to be so vain about her sense of justice. Surely there were creatures who envied her, but Feedy was unconvinced. Summon Feedy 10 more times. Good lord. Thank you. Yummy food. Hey.
You've
How are
ample
you?
time for fishing, have you, stranger? And here I thought you'd more important business to attend to.
There's nothing
Though
more
it's not for me
important
to
than
judge,
fishing.
I guess.
Fishing gives me good things.
I'll have you know, some of us take matters of fishing very seriously, sir.
Exactly.
Besides, helps take my mind off having to fight your Elysian brethren non-stop.
Oh, I'd not take your mind off this fight if it's one that you hope to win, stranger. I once took my mind off a fight and, well, I wound up here.
Well, I don't need Kiss of Sticks. That's an option. But I kind of want my attack
Thanks a lot.
for now. I'm good. We fulfilled one prophecy this round. I'm gonna consider. Oh,
Let's see how quickly I can slay you all.
let's not. Let's take it nice and slow. Oh lord. Thank you for blowing yourself up. Yeah, I like the ricochet. Ricochet's good. Ow! Didn't see you back there. Once again, guilty of not looking at Zacharias. Keeping an eye on him. My major downfall. No, you son of a bitch. Zacharias, you didn't say anything.
Zeus! Oh, you watch this, young man.
one's regenerating.
I forgot he does not.
He's fully recovered.
Give me immunity. Okay, that one was rough. That went rough. Was sad.
Delicious.
Let's up this.
Thanatos.
How goes it, Zagreus?
Hello.
Looks like we've got an urgent work-related matter to attend to.
I'm just so happy every time I see you.
Let's get to it then.
Absolutely.
Why does it have to be these? I might just let you win, Than. Because there ain't no chance I'm killing these before you do. Kind of bullshit if you ask me.
Keep fighting.
Yeah, there's no shot. I'm just letting him win.
Farewell.
Damn it.
Gather round.
I have killed one.
Another gone. How about you?
This will be the first in a streak of many that I've lost to Than.
All clear.
You still alive?
The
Yeah,
power
it's
of
been
the
a bit
gods.
since I lost him. Only up one? These are like nothing. That I wanted. Where? Oh, did he already leave? Shit. Man. Oh no, you didn't.
It's clear. Go.
Can we talk? Maybe just like, never just talk to me. Sandwich. Nope. Sandwich.
Just tidying up a bit.
Sandwich. I'll take this too, just for good measure. This as well, since this is farming for darkness. Hello. Once again.
Let us destroy him quickly, King. Or perhaps slowly.
What, Brandon? Why are you coming in here yelling at me, huh? I'll do this.
Here, demon!
How about now?
Thank you, thank you.
Ow!
You truly think you shall withstand our unsurpassable bullhorn technique?
That hurt. Ah, shit. Wait, did he already phase transition? I was not paying attention. I think he did. Pretty damn sure. Moves seem like it anyway.
By my honor and the gods, you shall soon be destroyed.
I didn't know you were down there, Theseus. Why are you down there? Hot face.
Be gone, I say!
Oh! Why did you do that?
Ovation of the crowd.
Okay.
Not now.
Those miss. Just for funsies.
Zeus, now is the time to strike.
Betrayal.
You're strong.
Asterius, no!
You and me, King.
Fall!
Not yet.
Okay, where? Oh, Theseus has all of them now. Oh, right, because I have the rapid.
Oh, stand and fight and quit it with your riding there, Hellspawn!
I'm out.
Such a little baby. Petulant child. God damn it.
Lady Aphrodite, I invoke your aid.
Girl,
Whose side is she on?
good fucking question. Oh my god. I've also forgotten what her patterning is. Oh. Ah! Right fucking here. Oh my god.
I'll get you yet.
It was either get hit by him or get by Aphrodite. Honestly, she probably would have hurt less. Oh, he does have all of them in them.
Foul demon, we shall thwart your each and every trespass in Elysium.
I'm gonna be honest, it kind of seems like she's trying not to hit me.
I can't.
There he goes. Every time. Ah, shit. Oh, she screwed me on that one.
I'm empty.
Oh, dodge. Don't reload. Oh. I'm doing bad.
Zeus, I can take
Bye-bye.
care of that.
Treachery.
Thank you for the hydrate, Brandon.
That'll teach him. Someone back home would practically die. for
This
this.
still took Adapt Defiance, but honestly, with the gun, expected.
How did you?
39% pagan. Not a lot of pagan. Down bad for Tally. Aren't we all? Thank you for the fart, Alaska. We appreciate it. Zoltan Shiva is a funny pig. Who am I down bad for? Catharic's the old one, right? That's not the bloated, gross one. Yeah, that's the... Not the worst.
Beats dying.
And I have enough to
Should
pay
be
for it,
useful.
barely. Okay, and... Lucky Tooth. Oh, let's see what the cat pick for today is. Hey, Biz. Oops. Where is cat pic of today from Surrey? It's a bunch of babies in a sink. I love kitties. I loved them. Thank you for the daily happiness.
Got through Elysium. Good.
Lulu jumped up on my lap once and just immediately jumped down and never came back.
Just got to get through Cerberus up there.
I don't even know where she went. She's not on the bed. Sad. No baby. Alright. We are very poor and not going to be able to afford anything. So we'll go get a little bit of coin.
Can't do that.
Ow! I got hit by it, not them. That's not what's supposed to happen. Ow! Oh my god. Yeah, you're done. No, 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 no. Stay the fuck away from me. Just keep shooting. Not exactly the best dashing for those things. Hi, bugs.
Nice.
How about we don't? I forget that the shooting does not stagger. Kind of like I said, bullshit. Oh, hi. Just play Ring Around the Rosies.
Not yet.
Okay, no longer playing. I try not to play Ring Around the Rosies. Didn't leave me much of a choice, did ya?
Not now.
A small room with the rats is really not nice. Okay, I don't like this room either. This room sucks too. Could you actually aim and shoot, please? Thank you. Does that hit? No, of course not.
I'm empty. I'm out. You're late.
We done? Of course not. Because why would we be done? Ever? Oh, boy.
No.
Ow! Fuck, where's that thing? Ow!
Good. I can't.
Fucking aim on this thing. Yeah, huh? Did they die? What happened to them? Oh, I have my super.
That can be arranged.
Apparently they died. I don't know what from.
I'm rich.
I'm rich. Not really. That'll barely afford one thing. No fishes? No fishes.
Should check this way.
Oh. Having no stagger kind of really sucks. No stagger. Really? You're telling me you can't shoot over that stump? Sure. I hate the gun. I hate the gun. I hate the gun.
I'm out.
Ow! Okay. Oh, kill me now. Please, could you please? Hey, Desi. Back with the fart. Well, topical. I think you would like Than more, or Zagreus, but yeah. At least somebody got pulled from Hades. Stop shooting poison shit at me. It's rude. Disrespectful. I will not stand for it. Give me Zag, Meg, or Aphrodite. Fair. Ow, 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 ow. Where? Fuck, I keep forgetting to look for the cure thing before, right when I get in the room. I hate this place. Are we done? No, of course we're not. Could you fuck off? Get a life. Oh, those guys shoot 3 when they're armored. Ow, fuck. That is why you're more than me. I'm gonna lose it. Dude, you need to stop. Oh my god, kill me. Just end me. Nothing is worth this. Nothing is worth this. I would rather just die. Oh my god. Stop it.
Yes, it shall be so.
Wait, where did the fucking other things go? Hmm? Okay, whatever.
No way.
What? Oh.
power of the gods.
And start in 3 minutes. Just increasing damage to
Sharpen my
bosses.
senses.
Healing would be grand.
Back I go. Need to keep looking down those passageways. Could use the rod of fishing there.
That was very
That is a
sad.
scuffer.
I was not paying attention.
Satyr tunnels.
Okay, it's gotta be behind
I
this
bet it's
one.
in here.
Oh god.
How's that?
Oh, we don't. Oh, we fucking don't. Oh my god. Yeah, this is my least favorite part. Everything. Getting through these horrid tunnels. Get away from me. Do not fucking come near me.
Not now.
Thank
No
God.
satyrs. Ah, good. It's still fresh.
Yum.
Zag, your uncle's passing through. Not Dad, the other one, I mean. And he just wanted to check in, see how you're doing,
Hi,
so...
Lulu.
Aha! There you are, my little nephew. Lioness is
Duo?
showing you the ropes, or what? You want a real feast, though? You just stick with me.
I thought he was
Take
talking
my
about
blessing.
Zeus.
Go.
Oh, anyway, we're here, man, waiting up for you.
Hey,
We know
Lulu.
you're gonna make it, I would say,
What's
eventually.
your deal?
Nice.
Oh, I've already had this duo. Fuck. God damn it. Well,
Teamwork.
alright, we're gonna take
That's
this.
something.
And then ad's gonna start. We'll pause right here. Go get something to drink, take some time to stretch, go to the bathroom, and we will be right back. Alright, welcome back from ads. Hey. Time for Padre once again.
Check the other passageways before I go.
Tell me a lot. Yeah, I could check the other passageways, but that's just a recipe to lose more health. Try to get me killed. Do I have the extra dodge? I don't. I am going to spend all of that money to hopefully get a fucking the extra dodge.
Should come in useful.
I will cry. I might do this though. Yeah, let's go with that. That way to cast is our main weapon.
The monster's solitary weakness, Satyr Sax,
Here we go
proved
again.
terribly effective once again.
Thanks, boy. Made it.
Get more comfortable in my chair.
I don't think I'll ever get accustomed to the breeze.
Well, yeah, 'cause 90% of the time you're down there fighting.
This time around.
Well, that was short. Not even gonna have a talk about it. Okay.
Darkness.
Set.
Get. Ow.
I'm empty.
Ow.
What you?
Shit.
Darkness.
That one's gonna go off. Dude, could you not do that attack? Once again, I do not.
Darkness.
Could you not?
Can't do that.
Okay, that. I thought I dodged over it. Fuck.
Darkness.
Show yourself.
You're a hoe.
I can't.
Heed me, wretches, on my authority.
Ow! Oh, that's a bow boy. Okay. I thought they were sword boys. I am screwed. I'm fucking screwed. Come on.
Sis, I'll strike them down right now.
Meddler.
Fuck.
Darkness. Darkness.
Son of a bitch.
Darkness.
Could you chill it with the fucking skulls? You don't need that many.
Not yet.
Darkness.
I'm out.
There's nothing I could do.
I think not.
I can't.
Darkness.
We're so fucked on this. God.
There is no escape.
I'm wasting it. Just get rid of this bitch.
Darkness. Right.
I don't know how the fuck I dodged that, but I'll take it.
Now. Darkness.
I dodged! Oh.
I'm empty.
Zeus! Easily achieved. Darkness.
Are you kidding me? Get out. Fucking coward.
Come on, get up.
Yeah, there's no shot. 0 80% chance, and I panicked on that. Great. Okay, can't shoot that, can you? Bullshit.
You blasted little.
Son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a gun.
Oh, no. Not now.
I've had it with you, boy.
Have you?
Stuck.
Yeah, we're so fucked. That is...
Can't do that.
You know, yeah.
You well
End
could have
it.
expected this result.
Yeah, because it's the godforsaken gun. I don't know how I defeated you with the gun in the first place, ever.
Ah, he's strong, I'll give him that.
Part of it was because I had the upgrade that was unlimited ammo. God, the gun is just so unusable.
I got acquainted with the twin fists of Malphon recently, sir. Fills me with the kind of battle hunger I'd not felt before. To think the empty hand could have as much destructive force as any weapon.
The empty hand has more destructive force than any weapon, lad. It is the only weapon that can wield all others, and without it, all others are nearly powerless. The twin fists are a testament to that. Use them with care. Don't lose your head out there.
I like
Thank
the
you.
fists. It's a good weapon. Is there anything new in here? No.
Limitless work, limitless time, am I right?
Ah, yes. Inspiring. Why is fan on the wall? Hi, Bubble.
You don't like it when I pet your other heads, huh? No.
They just did that to save animation. So they didn't have to animate petting each head.
Terrifying Cerberus is busy gathering his strength for when next he shall bar the prince's path.
Is there anything else that's worth 1 diamond? No, guess I'm saving it. Can't afford that. Two diamonds to put a picture of myself. 4 to put the Furies. I don't want a picture of Hades. Cretan princess? Of the champion of Elysium? You mean Theseus. Gross. Cerberus! Oh my god, we need a picture of Cerberus in the hall. It's important. Vicky.
Oh, Orpheus, I heard from Hermes, messenger and god of travel and all that. It's odd I'm giving you his message in this case, but he says hey. Admires your musical ability as well.
Oh, that was kind of him, my friend. When I first ventured deep into this realm, while searching for the soul of my lost muse, after I failed utterly, it was Lord Hermes who whisked her away. It happened so fast. He did an excellent job.
I'm glad you took it so well.
God, he's so weird.
Than's the featured servant of the house again.
Of course he is.
Your Highness.
Yes, Dusa?
Not as comfy as it looks.
Trying to talk to Dusa.
Do you have to work with Hypnos pretty closely as part of your job, Dusa?
Wait, was
Feels like I've
Hypnos
been running
gone?
into him a lot lately.
Mr. Hypnos, I have trouble getting through to him, I think. He gives me plenty of advice, it's just isn't really why I talk to him. I only talk to him when I don't have a lot of other choice, I guess.
Hypnos.
I'll just keep talking to him so no one else has to.
Sacrifice. Yeah, Hypnos is gone.
Moaning and groaning.
Japanese partner had a coming death by the Minotaur. I mean, sure, insult Theseus. I do like Asterius. Gift.
Ambrosia. You know the penalty for attempting to sway an overseer of the House of Hades with foreign contraband, don't you?
Handcuffs?
I can't entirely say I do, though if it involves lashings and whatnot, I already get more than my share of that, so figured I would take the risk. So what do you say?
I say hand over the damn bottle. I'll see that it's disposed of properly. Now, as for you, you wouldn't know who misplaced something like this, would you? On my authority as overseer, hang on to it. Though if you tell so much as anyone.
What? Wow. I'll cherish her.
I gotta look. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's not. Maybe I have to use it once at least. I don't know.
What do you think of all the lounge decor there, Meg? Looking a little better these days, wouldn't you say?
You know, it isn't bad. Though I have heard the strangest thing. That you're responsible for all of this. I couldn't understand why you would even bother, honestly.
Well, it's a popular locale for off-duty underworld officers to take a load off between shifts, and so I figure least I could do is pitch in and make the place a little better than I left it, right?
How very selfless of you, Zagreus. Soon, doubtless, it'll be your portrait hanging on that wall back there.
Shush. Oh, you mean that one? Yeah, I'll just paint the... I'll just put the portrait that I get for 2 diamonds and just plop it right there.
Oh no, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Meg. Trade you these horrid things.
Horrid.
Totally worth it.
3's less than I thought.
Got anything good?
I'd consider that good.
Deal.
Thank you.
Here's the fee.
Rest of it, not so good. Ooh. Fulfilled.
That's one prophecy out of the way.
Hell yes. Someday overcome the hero of Athens under the effect of tax extreme measures? What? What the fuck does that mean? Vanquish extreme measures, Theseus. Is that one of the heats? I don't know. You wanna sleep?
Who needs sleep?
Nope. Skelly, I have a gift for you.
Let me have it already, boyo. No holding back.
No, not that. Gift.
Wow, now get a load of what you got there, boyo. Wait, really? That's for me? You just pulling my leg.
Usually I'm smashing
I'm
your
really
leg.
giving this to you, mate. Now go enjoy it, will you? Once I've finished pummeling you some more just for the sake of it.
Well, at least the swords. Up next.
Another keepsake.
Okay, what does this do? Area near your closest foe. That seems nice. That seems real nice. I'll take that. The little squeaky. That's cute. Also, I guess we're still sticking with Poseidon. So, switch. No, we'll stick with Poseidon. No.
Stick it to me, boyo. Come on.
Stygius?
Which one did we win with? Nemesis? Is that the one? Wait.
Myself.
Okay, that doesn't tell me. But I think we went with Nemesis. I should upgrade this a little bit.
My aspect of Stygius grows stronger.
Let's just try one and try and make it through with that. But
Alright, I'm ready.
we are going to call it here for today. Glad to be back from my unintended break. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Let's go see Orzel. They're gonna be playing Sekiro. Sekiro. They just started stream, so yeah. And you know, Souls games are kind of in the same vein. You're dodging attacks and shit, so yeah. Thank you for hitting the raid commands. The first raid message is for followers. The second two are for subs. Grab whichever one you need, and we will head over to Orzel's. Very sweet streamer. And yeah, in honor of Pride Month starting, create another queer streamer. So yeah, let's go see them. I will see you guys tomorrow. Back to Vampire the Masquerade. We went a whole lot of days of that we should have been playing it, and we're not able to because I wasn't streaming. So we'll see what I remember, because it's been a week now since playing it. I wonder how close we are to finishing it as well. I have no clue how long it is, but yeah. Other than that, I will see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. Have a good Pride Month. Have a good week. I know tomorrow's Monday. It is that awful day, but yeah. Have the best day you can. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Illy Blue.